Can I have your attention, please? Attention, please. Thank you and welcome to the organizational session of the 86th Senate. It is now my honor to call upon the oldest member in point of continuous service to assume the chair, the Honorable Donna J. Boley.
In prayer by Bishop Joe Thomas of the non-denominational Fellowship Pentecostal Ministries in Charleston, West Virginia. Please remain standing after the prayer as the Senator from Morgan leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Most holy and all eternal God, we come just to say thank you. Father, we thank you for first, your son, Jesus, who died on Calvary for the remission of our sins. Now, Father, we ask a special blessing on all these senators. Father, we ask that you will bless their staff, bless their homes, bless their families. Father, put your arm of protection around them as they travel your dangerous highways. Then, Father, we ask that you would bless the governor of this state. Father, bless his family. Bless the president of this Senate. Father, we ask that you would touch him in a special manner. Build him up where he's been torn down, strengthen him where he's weakened, and then, Father, we ask that you would prop him on every hand. Father, put your hand on every one of these senators. Father, in the book of Ezekiel, 37th chapter, Ezekiel said that the Lord put his hand on me. God, we know when you put your hand on us, you guide us, you direct us. Direct us into every direction you want us to go. Then, Father, bless every staff member, our doorkeepers, our Senate clerks. Bless their families. Bless them as they go and travel your dangerous highways. Now, Father, in the name of Jesus, we're giving all this to you on this day. Direct us in a manner that you will be proud of us, and we are proud of you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop Thomas. The Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the senators and the senators-elect and all of our assembled guests please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guest of the senior senator from the 4th, Jay Huff. As guest of the junior senator from the 17th, Nadia Goff and Waylon Goff. Will the Senate please make them feel welcome? The clerk has a communication.
I have a letter dated December 1st, 2022, Addressed to the Honorable Lee Cassis, Clerk of the West Virginia Senate. Dear Mr. Clerk, please be advised that I changed my party registration from Democrat to Republican on December 1st, 2022. Sincerely, Glenn D. Jeffries, 8th Senatorial District.
The communication will be received. The Honorable Mac Warner, Secretary of State, is now recognized for the presentation of official Senate returns of the last general election on November 8th, 2022.
Madam Presiding Officer, members, and members-elect of the West Virginia Senate, I am Mac Warner, Secretary of State and Chief Elections Officer for the state of West Virginia. It is my honor to present the official returns of candidates for State Senate appearing to have been elected November 8th, 2022.
The communication will be received. The clerk will now call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum.
Senator Azinger. Senator Barrett. Senator Boley.
Here.
Senator Caputo. Senator-elect Chapman. Senator Clements. Senator-elect Deeds. Senator Grady. Senator Hamilton. Senator-elect Hunt. Senator Jeffries. Senator Carnes. Senator Carnes. Senator Maroney. Senator Martin. Senator Maynard. Senator Nelson. Senator Oliverio. Senator Phillips. Senator Plymel. Senator-elect Queen. Senator Roberts. Senator Rucker. Senator Rucker. Senator Smith. Senator Stover. Senator-elect Stewart. Senator Swope. Senator Takubo. Senator Tarr. Senator-elect Taylor. Senator Trump. Senator Weld. Senator Woelfel. Senator Woodrum. Senator Blair.
"32 members and members-elect having answered as their names were called, I declare the presence of a quorum. Members-elect will now come forward as their names are called and take the oaths of office prescribed by the Constitution of the State of West Virginia.
Senator-elect Barrett. Senator-elect Chapman. Senator-elect Deeds. Senator-elect Hunt. Senator-elect Oliverio. Senator-elect Queen. Senator-elect Stewart. Senator-elect Taylor. Senator Azinger. Senator Clements. Senator Hamilton. Senator Tarr. Senator Maynard. Senator Woelfel. Senator Roberts. Senator Takubo, and Senator Trump.
Will each of you raise your right hand and repeat after me?
The Honorable C. Haley Bunn, Justice of the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, will now administer the oath of office to the senators-elect.
Thank you. I state your name and repeat after me. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia, and faithfully discharge the duties of senator according to the best of my ability. I will not accept or receive, directly or indirectly, any money or other valuable thing from any corporation, company, or person for any vote or influence I may give or withhold as senator on any bill, resolution, or appropriation, or for any act I may do or perform as senator. Congratulations.
Okay. Will all the newly elected senators please look on your desk? There should be a form there. It's your oath. Would you sign it and leave it on your desk? And the clerk will pick it up after the session. All newly elected members of the Senate having taken the several oaths of office, the next order of business is the biennial election of officers. The floor is now open for nominations for president. The senator from Morgan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my honor to nominate my colleague in the 15th Senatorial District, the Senator from Berkeley County, Craig Blair, for the office of President of the Senate.
Is there a second to the nomination? The senator from Mason is recognized. What? Oh, I'm sorry, Senator from Morgan. Please continue.
May I speak to the nomination?
Absolutely.
I've known Craig Blair longer, I think, than anyone else in this room. And everyone here has learned what he is. He is a tour de force, a person who believes deeply in West Virginia, in moving the state forward, committed to solving problems of the state where they arise and can be addressed by the legislature. He is indefatigable in his work ethic, and so much so that he wears us all down by the end of a 60-day session, but it's for the greater good and our common purpose. And I don't think that there's anyone that I can think of who will work harder to make sure the Senate fulfills its mission to the people of the state and delivers for the people of the state than my friend and colleague, Craig Blair. And I happily and enthusiastically nominate him to be the President of the West Virginia Senate and to carry the statutory title of Lieutenant Governor of the state of West Virginia.
Is there a second to the nomination? The senator from Mason is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to second the nomination for Senator Craig Blair to be President of the Senate. I do so in my short time as a senator. I can say that I have seen a lot of leadership from Senator Blair. He comes across as maybe a little crass and harsh sometimes. People might see that. But really, there's a big heart in there, and he really cares about the people of West Virginia. He really cares about every single member here. I always say, look past the grumpy face and look at the little sly smile. But one thing I really want to be serious about is that anytime I've ever had a problem, I have gone to Senator Blair and I have said, listen, I have this issue, I have this problem, I don't agree with how this was handled, or I don't agree. He's always listened to me. Sometimes he'll tell me or tell the rest of us, well, I don't agree with you, and that's okay. But he always listens, and he always tells us, this is the solution, this is why I'm doing it. And I have been privileged to be, I guess, led by him in many ways, and for that reason, and for the reason this body, I believe, could learn a lot more from him, I second the nomination for president.
Are there further nominations? The senator from Cabell was recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that the nominations for the office of president be closed and that the senior senator from the 15th district be elected president of the Senate by acclamation.
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of the motion by the senator from Cabell that nominations for the office of president be closed and that the senior senator from the 15th be elected president of the Senate by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. Having received all votes by acclamation, I declare the senior senator from the 15th has been unanimously reelected president of the Senate. I hereby appoint the senator from Harrison, the senator from Greenbrier, and the senator from Ohio to escort the president-elect to the front of the chamber. You want him here? That you want him to come down.
Go slow for me.
All right, all right. I've got the Wyoming County accent. It'll be all right. Could you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Craig P. Blair,
I, Craig P. Blair,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and faithfully discharge
the
duties of President of the West Virginia Senate
the duties of the President of the West Virginia Senate
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Good point. You have to forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not used to addressing the Senate from the podium in this fashion, but I want to take a few minutes to do just that. Again, thank you to my fellow senators. Charles, you said I worked hard. I'd like to think I worked smart for us, and that's one of the key ingredients. We've made tremendous success over the last 2 years together in this chamber. And the new members in this chamber, you're going to be part of the greater success, the groundwork that's been laid before us by the members of this body. We're going to continue and make that success exponential for the people of West Virginia. I know that. I know that by knowing each and every one of you. Recently, well, not recently, but over the last year, we've been called the swamp. You're anything but. I know each and every one of you well. And you're wonderful people. You're wonderful representatives of your district. And I've taken a lot of exception to that statement. Do not believe a word of that. Ladies and gentlemen in the galleries, do not believe a word of that. The people that are in this chamber representing you are some of the most outstanding people there is in the state of West Virginia. And we're going to do great things together. I have one more thing to it, and that is 2 years ago, and I believe I was standing back there, that I said that I wanted 400,000 people to move to the state of West Virginia. That's what our goal was. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 years, more people have moved to West Virginia than moved out. First time in probably my lifetime. Problem with that equation is that we still lost population because more people are passing than being born. But the work that we do here will keep our #1 export, our youth, in this state, because we're going to continue the path of providing gainful employment to the people of West Virginia, our youth, so that they don't have to leave to go somewhere else to find opportunity. And we're succeeding in those roles. There was over 6 huge companies located in West Virginia over the last year. I'll use the word exponential. We want to see that happen in this coming year, in the following year, in the following year. It changes the world for everything that we do. And senators, you are the leaders of that. I am not. I do nothing but facilitate your will. Let's get to work. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to fulfill this role of representing you. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the remarks made by you are extended into the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Next order of business is being the election of the clerk. The floor is now open to nominations. The senator from Brooke is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to nominate Lee Cassis as our clerk. There are 2 types of clerks that a legislative body can have, and that is oftentimes a former member of that body who serves in that role and oversees that office, or you can have a professional clerk. And I think that what we have here and what we've had for the past couple of years with Lee is that we've had the epitome of a professional clerk. And the work that he does, and for those who are new to this body, will find the work that he does to be just that for all of us, regardless of where we're coming from, what side of the aisle we're on. They're here to do our work. And this isn't just an affirmation of the work that Lee does, but it's also an affirmation of the people that he has in his office, the people that you all see sitting before us, and you will see sitting before us for the next 60 days. They all do a wonderful job. And so I'm nominating not just Lee to do this job, but his staff that is here before us to do this job as well. And I know that we are joined by Lee's family, by his wife Molly, his son Abram, who's going to turn 7 very soon. He looks very excited about it. And his daughter Claire is here as well. And so they've joined us several times, and they keep getting bigger every time I make this nominating speech. So it is my pleasure, my honor, to nominate Lee Cassis as the clerk of the West Virginia Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there a second to the nomination? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor to second the nomination for Lee Cassis. It's funny because folks at work will say, you know, what did all those people do that were sitting up front when we look on TV? And I said, well, the answer is a lot. It's probably simpler for me to say what they don't do is they don't vote. Other than that, they make everything else happen and make sure that we do it in a great manner. He's the calm, cool, collected voice that people hear on the radio when the bills are being read, and for many other reasons that my Senator Rook just mentioned. I certainly would forward the nomination.
Are there further nominations? There being no other nominations for the office of clerk, the senator from Cabell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just please echo the comments of my colleagues on the great staff that we have here that serve us every day of the year, and particularly Lee as their leader. That having been said, I move that nominations for the Senate clerk be closed and that you, Mr. President, be authorized to cast the unanimous vote of the Senate for the re-election of Mr. Cassis.
Question is on adoption of the motion by the senator from Cabell. All those in, excuse me. Senate President says aye. The clerk will record the roll call. There you go.
Mr. President, how do you vote?
I vote aye. Please. Mr. Castis has received all the votes cast, having been unanimously re-elected clerk of the Senate. The Honorable C. Haley Bunn, Justice of the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, will administer the oath of office to the clerk-elect.
I think we need a collective, oh, so cute. All right. Will you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Bruce Lee Cassis, Jr.
I, Bruce Lee Cassis, Jr.
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and faithfully discharge the duties
and faithfully discharge the duties
of Clerk of the West Virginia Senate
of Clerk of the West Virginia Senate
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Justice.
Next order of business being the election of the Sergeant at Arms. The floor is now open to nominations. Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor and privilege to nominate for Sergeant at Arms David Lavender. David has been here for several years, worked with it. He's a longtime West Virginia resident. He and his wife Patty live in Hurricane, West Virginia. He's been here and for me personally has been a very wonderful person to work with. He's a 68 graduate of East Bank High School. He attended West Virginia Tech in Montgomery and for 40 years was a market manager for Fairmont Supply. Member of the Charleston Scottish Rite for 45 years and a lifetime member of the Gateway Christian Church in Marmette. Dave has been here. He's a wonderful person, and I nominate him again to be Sergeant at Arms.
Is there a second to the nomination? Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the nomination for David Lavender as the Sergeant at Arms. David is a wonderful person. He has been a wonderful friend to me for my years that I have been here. And I know he has to each one of us. There's been many, many times that I have been inside this chamber by myself and that David comes from BICA Junior Rules to come back there and we just sit down and talk. And so, Mr. President, it is an honor for me to second that motion.
Are there further nominations? There being no other nominations for the office of Sergeant at Arms, the senator from Cabell is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the nominations for Sergeant of Arms be closed and that you, Mr. President, be authorized to cast the unanimous vote of the Senate for the re-election of Mr. Lavender.
Question is on adoption of the motion of the senator from Cabell. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President, how do you vote?
I vote aye. Mr. Lavender, having received all the votes cast, I have been unanimously re-elected Sergeant at Arms to the Senate. The Honorable Haley C. Bunn, Justice of the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, will administer the oath of office to Sergeant of Arms elect.
Mr. Lavender, will you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, David Lavender,
I, David Lavender,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and faithfully discharge the duties
and faithfully discharge the duties
of Sergeant at Arms
of Sergeant at Arms
of the West Virginia Senate,
of the West Virginia Senate,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Thank you.
Next order of business is being the election of the doorkeeper. The floor is now open to nominations. Senator from Mason is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to nominate Jeffrey Branham as head doorkeeper of the Senate. Here I am as the elementary school teacher. I'm going to quote somebody that's perky and upbeat, and I like to talk about Mr. Rogers. You guys can all chuckle if you want to, but Mr. Rogers once said that he always had a comment about being helpers. You know, be one of the helpers of the world. Every profession, every organization, every group has these helpers, we like to say. The helpers I'm referring to don't always get the spotlight, so to speak. You know, you don't see them on the media, you don't see them behind in front of the cameras, you don't see them doing interviews. But these people are the ones who make everything run smoothly and effectively for those who are in the spotlight, so they can do their job successfully. It's one of the many things that Jeff Branham has done. The work he does as head doorkeeper helps every member of this body carry out their duties successfully. And he takes his job much farther than the set of duties as doorkeeper. He takes care of each of us in many different ways. I can't tell you how many times he has came to my rescue when I've needed something, even on a personal level. Sometimes that rescue may come in the form of a text about road conditions or simply words of encouragement for the day, or maybe other times he may be the hero by bringing you Tylenol if you have a really bad headache. And I've even heard of times when he may give a fatherly speech or two when one of us may pass him going a little too fast on the interstate. Of course, I'm not speaking from a personal experience there. I've only heard that in the past. He sincerely wants to help each and every single one of us to be the best that we can be. So in my opinion, Mr. President, the most important quality of success is determined by your character and the character of the people you surround yourself with. And you will find no one better than Jeff Branham. He sincerely wants to help each and every member of this body be the best senator they can be. And for this reason and many more, I nominate Jeff Branham as head doorkeeper. Thank you.
Is there a second to the nomination? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor and pleasure to second the nomination of Jeff Branham, and I can echo we all can echo many of the comments from the senator from Mason. Jeff has been our doorkeeper since 2017. And the one thing that many people don't see, his team that he has put together is just tremendous. But how do you recognize his team? It's all these gentlemen or ladies that are in the blue blazers with their gold and blue striped ties. But again, they do a wonderful job. Jeff, thank you very much. But he's joined here today with his wife, Diane, his daughter, Tara, and he also has a son. But many years in the steel industry, and I think the experience from that he has brought to this chamber, we are very thankful, and it's my honor to second the nomination of Mr. Branham.
Are there further nominations? There being no other nominations for the office of doorkeeper, the senator from Cabell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo the eloquent comments of my colleagues about Mr. Branham and his diligent and amazing staff. That having been said, I move that nominations for doorkeeper be closed and that you, Mr. President, be authorized to cast the unanimous vote of the Senate for his reelection as doorkeeper.
The question is on adoption of the motion by the senator from Cabell. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President, how do you vote?
I vote aye. Mr. Branham, having received all the votes cast, has been unanimously reelected doorkeeper of the Senate. The Honorable C. Haley Bunn, Justice of the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, will administer the oath of office to the doorkeeper-elect.
Congratulations, Mr. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jeffrey L. Branham,
I, Jeffrey L. Branham,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and faithfully discharge the duties of doorkeeper of the West Virginia Senate according to the best of my ability. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question now is consent that the clerk notify the House of Delegates and the governor that the Senate has assembled with a quorum present and organized by the election of officers as required by the Constitution is ready to proceed with business of this session.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk has a resolution.
Senate Resolution 1 by Senator Takubo, adopting the rules of the Senate.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its passage.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 1, adopting the rules of the Senate.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just so the body's aware, there were 5 rule changes, nothing crazy substantial. Rule 15 dealt with bills and resolutions. It changed the term meridian to more commonly accepted term to noon. Rule 27, it renamed and added some new committees. We now have a committee on school choice. Agriculture and natural resources was broadened, and outdoor recreation was a new committee. Rule 28, there was a change to the number of committee membership. There's also clarification that electronic filing of minutes constitutes the record. Rule 49, clarifying that the printing of the bound journal on the spine and not the back of the book. Rule 53, power over the state, Senate Clerk's audible device rule relating to ACLU lawsuit. There are posted recordings and rules about the galleries, and that has just been kept in force, and that is the update.
Is there further discussion? If not, question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the provisions of Senate Rule 54 be suspended in order to permit family members and friends privileges of the floor for the day.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The provisions of Senate Rule 54 are suspended for the day. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the Senate stand in recess for 5 minutes for the introduction of guests.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. I declare the Senate in recess. Introduction of guest. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is your honor and mine to introduce our doc of the day in the rear of the chamber with us today. This is the sponsored group, the West Virginia Academy of Family Physicians. They've celebrated 34 years presenting us with the doc of the day. But in the rear of the chamber with us, we have Dr. Philip Gallopon. If the Senate would give him a warm welcome.
Further introductions, Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple introductions here. First of all, I have the father of Paige J. Huff here, Mr. John Huff, in your gallery here, and he's from Hurricane. He's an attorney in Hurricane, and his son is actually from Cross Lanes Christian School in his senior year studying. He's wanting to go into political science and then law school, so I think we got a future potential, somebody around policymaking in West Virginia. His father here to support him, so please make him welcome.
Further introduction, Senator from Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the President's Gallery today, we have 2 constituents from Harrison County, Garrett Steyer and Drew Harbert. If they would stand up and the Senate make them feel welcome.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I would like to introduce to the Senate, to the gallery, my mother and my brother. If you please would stand up here in the back of the gallery. This is my mother, Brenda Tarr, and my brother, Travis Tarr, here to watch us all in the first ever proceedings. Please make them welcome.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seated in the President's Gallery, we have Matt Lorimer. Matt, please stand up. He is the State Government Relations Manager for ADF, which stands for Alliance for Defending Freedom. They have a network of 4,000 attorneys, and they've won 13 Supreme Court cases in the last 10 years. It's a network of Christian attorneys. Please join me in making him welcome.
Senator from Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to introduce my firstborn and his buddy who drove down from WVU this morning to he wanted to prove to himself that his dad was in the Senate. I don't think he believed me, but sure enough, I proved it to him. But he did a lot of work for me through the years. Thomas, named after his grandfather, Thomas A. Zinger, and senior at WU. Raise your hand, Tommy. There you go. And then he brought his buddy with him, Scott Weichert, who's a New Jersey boy, but he's junior at WU. And I'm honored to have you, Scott, too. So God bless both of you. And thanks for coming. With the Senate, please make them welcome.
Further introductions. Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is Leading for Justice Day, and in our galleries we have many folks who are people in recovery and or formerly incarcerated, and they also may have family members who are incarcerated. They're advocating for changes, such as restoring the right to vote for people who on community supervision, more diversion to treatment for mental health and substance abuse disorders, and they needed investments in transitional housing. So if they would please stand, and the Senate would make them feel welcome.
Junior Senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of special guests in the South Gallery today. My wife, Summer, my mother, Christy Woodward, my dad and stepmother, Marty and Angela Barrett. If the Senate would please make them welcome.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am honored to introduce my fiance, newly, Meredith Ward. If the Senate would please make her feel welcome.
The wedding will be in the Senate chambers here next month. Further introductions? Okay. Junior Senator from 17th. I'm used to you being back here in the corner, so.
I was too. So anyway, thank you, Mr. President. Earlier we had two honorary pages introduced, Nadia and Waylon Goff. They are accompanied by their mother, if she would mind standing here in the South Gallery, Audrey Goff. And on behalf of the Senior Senator from 17th, myself, and the rest of the members of the Senate, please make her welcome. Thank you.
Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure which gallery these folks are in, but they are the Certified Prevention Specialists. If I chop your name up, I'm sorry. Kathy Brunny, Michaela Johnson, Susan Ridley, Brittany Sword, Rebecca Vance, Tammy Collins, Kathy Kuntz Griffith, Joshua Curry, Laura Garrett Boomba, Cheryl Johansson, maybe, and Johnny Kiefer, Stephanie Page Mathis, Heather McDonald, Stoneacre, Joanne McMar, Shelley Mize, Martha Poliski, Carol, I'm sorry, but Shimbaum maybe, Elizabeth Shahane, and Valerie Skotaski, and Renee Verbakat. If the chamber would make them welcome. Thank you.
Senator from Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two that I need to introduce here, both of them former legislators now. Former Senator Dave Seipold is here with us today. So and yes, I do plan to have Dave on speed dial. And also up in the North Gallery, former House of Delegates member and my father, John Taylor.
Further introductions? No further introductions? The Senate will come to order. Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to proceed to the 6th order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Clerk has another resolution.
Senate Resolution 2 by Senator Tarr relating to the mailing of bills and journals.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 2 relating to the mailing of bills and journals.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk has another resolution.
Senate Resolution 3 by Senator Tarr, authorizing the appointment of permanent and per diem employees for the first regular session of the 86th Legislature and payment of their compensation.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 3, authorizing the appointment of permanent and per diem employees for the first regular session of the 86th Legislature and payment of their compensation.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an annual resolution which is proposed on the first day of each legislative session. The resolution authorizes the appointment and payment of permanent and per diem employees for the Senate. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk has another resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 by Senator Takubo adopting the joint rules of the Senate and House of Delegates.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its passage.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are several joint rules. I will try to go through these quickly. Joint Rule 3A regarding disagreement at conference. The agreed upon number of members of a conference committee was changed from 5 to 3 to reflect common practice. There is still an option to choose a different number of members should both houses agree. The phrase, "the House which refused to concur," was changed to "the House of origin," also to reflect current practice. Joint Rule 3B, the paragraph that starts, "any conference report shall," was moved to the beginning of B. No changes to the actual text were made. It was felt that the flow of the rule reads better with the reordering of that one paragraph. The remaining paragraphs follow with no changes to their text. Joint Rule 14, reworded to move language from Joint Rule 14 to under Joint Rule 16. Joint Rule 15, printing of enrolled bills. There was a minimum number of each enrolled bill to be printed. That was changed from 50 to 5, also to reflect current practice. Joint Rule 16 did several things. It reworded to indicate enrolled bills and joint resolutions need to be signed in a specific order. It reworded to eliminate the need for chairs of enrolled bill committee to sign the bills. It added language from Joint Rule 14 to reflect current practice of respective clerks' offices enrolling bills. Joint Rule 17, presenting enrolled bills to the governor. The change made in the language pertained to presenting enrolled bills to the governor to reflect current practice. Lastly, Joint Rule 21A, it made a change to the end of the practice of printing the full text of plain and concurrent resolutions in the journals. The full text of these resolutions is readily available on the legislator's website. Currently, it also reworded to reflect the change in the bill style made several years ago, which incorporated a cover page. The current rule is written to the old style and is therefore inconsistent. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Clerk has another resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 2 by Senators Blair, Mr. President, Tarr, and Wolfel relating to the payment of bills for supplies, services, and printing, and authorized contingent and other expenses of the 86th Legislature.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its passage.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 2 relating to the payment of bills for supplies, services, and printing, and authorized contingent and other expenses of the 86th Legislature.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Set this aside. Do this, then set all these aside. You'll need them later. Do that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 1 through Senate Bill 125 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on our chamber automation system.
Chair hears none. So ordered. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Senate Bill 126 by Senators Trump, Deeds, Oliverio, Azinger, Stewart, Clements, Barrett, Phillips, Roberts, Swope, Grady, Tarr, Bowley, Smith, Maynard, Rucker, and Taylor, reorganizing DHHR.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 126, reorganizing DHHR. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended, and that the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and be placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 126, reorganizing DHHR. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 126, reorganizing DHHR. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 126 is a reorganization bill of the Department of Health and Human Resources. It essentially proposes that the DHHR be split into essentially 3 different buckets. By December 1 of 2023, those three departments will be the Department of Health Facilities, the Department of Human Services, and the Department of Health. By December 1 of 2023, the following agencies and boards are related or related entities and funds associated with any agency or board are incorporated and administered as part of the Department of Human Services. So in the first department, it will include the Bureau for Social Services, the Bureau for Medical Services, the Bureau for Child Support Enforcement, the Bureau for Family Assistance, the Bureau for Behavioral Health, and the Office of Drug Control Policy. By December 1 of 2023, there will also be the development of the second agency, which will be the Department of Health. That will include the Bureau of Public Health, the Office of OMS and Advisory Board, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the Office of Threat Preparedness, the Office of the Inspector General. Under the Inspector General, you also have the sub-offices of the Health Facilities Licensure and Certification, also known as OFLAC, Board of Review, Foster Care Ombudsman, Olmstead Office, Investigation and Fraud Management, Quality Control, and the West Virginia Clearance for Access Registry and Employment Screening, and then finally the Healthcare Authority. By July 1 of 2023, there will be the third department formed, which will be the Department of Health Care Facilities, which will include management and oversight over our hospitals. So Hopemont Hospital, Jackie Withrow, John Manchin, Lincoln, Mildred Mitchell Bateman, Welch, and William Sharp Hospital. The bill continues that the office of the Chief Operating Officer, that office is currently in existence, that's under the Secretary of the DHHR. So the COO will continue, and they'll assist the Department on Health, the Department on Human Services, and the Department of Health Care Facilities, so all three new departments, and provide them administrative support for day-to-day services of operations of the departments. The administrative support includes legal, fiscal, personnel, purchasing, and information technology. The Chief Operating Officer shall also be appointed by the Governor and with advice and consent of the Senate. On January 1 of 2026 and thereafter, the Chief Operating Officer will fall back and shall be appointed by the Secretary. Right. So after 3 years, the COO will fall back to the department and will coordinate efforts of the Department of Administration to consolidate administrative services in an effort to contain expenses within the Department of Health, the Department of Human Services, and the Department of Health Care Facilities. The Chief Operating Officer shall implement a plan to consolidate administrative services for the purpose of streamlining administrative services and reducing expenses within the departments. The Chief Operating Officer shall complete implementation by June 30th, 2024, and shall provide monthly updates to the Legislative Oversight Commission on Health and Human Resources and Accountability. There is just a lot of redundancy that's currently going on, and so some of the problems that we've had in that office is because of that redundancy. So, for example, if a person in a county wants to get hired by the DHHR, they have to go through that local HR, then has to go up on through multiple chains until somebody can actually be hired and put in that position. Meantime, the position is left vacant and services aren't being rendered. So this will hopefully expedite much of this. The Office of Inspector General is moved from the Department of Health and Human Resources and continued within the Department of Health. The office shall be headed by the Inspector General that is comprised of the offices set forth in Section 5F-2-1. The Inspector General shall be appointed by the Governor, the Attorney General, and the State Auditor, subject to advice and consent of the Senate. The term of the Inspector General is for 5 years. At the end of this term, the Inspector General is subject to reappointment for 1 additional term. The bill sets forth criteria for removal. The bill sets forth criteria for appointment. The bill sets forth duties to the Inspector General to include, but not limited to, conducting investigations, performing inspections, evaluations, and quality control for the Department of Health, the Department of Human Services, and the Department of Health Care Facilities. The Inspector General has subpoena powers. Neither the Secretary nor any employee of any of the departments may prevent, inhibit, or prohibit the Inspector General or his or her employees from initiating or carrying out or completing any investigation, inspection, evaluation, review, or other activity. The Inspector General approves and submits his or her own budget. The Inspector General shall supervise all personnel of the Office of the Inspector General, which will be subject to the classified service. Finally, the Department of Health Care Facilities. It'll be created. This section states that the department is not subject to purchasing the real estate division and that new employees is not eligible for civil service. With respect to the West Virginia Code 26-1-2, it provides that the Secretary shall be the head of the department and shall be appointed by the Governor with advice and consent of the Senate. The Secretary shall take an oath of office. The Secretary shall not be a candidate for office. This currently exists as an office within the DHHR. The Secretary shall coordinate efforts with the Secretary of Health and Secretary of Human Services to manage, direct, control, and govern the state's health care facilities, coordinate administrative services with the Chief Operating Officer, and operate state facilities, protect client rights, develop critical performance measures to hold hospitals accountable, and by January 1 of 2024, develop a plan to LACRA for the long-term sustainability for each health care facility. The Secretary may receive donations, accept federal funds, transfer residents between facilities, and acquire by condemnation or otherwise any interest, right, privilege, land, or improvement, and hold a title to the land or improvement for the land use or benefit of the state or state hospital or facility to either sell, exchange, or otherwise convey any interest, right, privilege, land, or improvement acquired or held by the state hospital, or state facility. The bill makes various technical changes throughout the repeals and repeals numerous sections. So in summary, again, the DHHR will be divided into 3 separate departments. Each department will have its own secretary. It's been spelled out how those secretaries will be placed. The Chief Operating Officer will help oversee all of this to make sure that there are synergies within the departments and then how they'll move forward. I'll be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, Senator or Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you. I rise in support of this, having reviewed this in the last several days and weeks. I do believe this is a good incremental step. It's something that we've needed for decades, quite honestly. This problem has been a problem in DHHR. I can recall that Joe Knoll, a former secretary that is good friends with my wife and I, she really had a handle on the DHHR, but she worked 24/7, and she absolutely didn't hardly sleep at all because trying to gather your arms around the whole thing. I think the way that this is done in an incremental step, and particularly the dates that have been selected, allow you to do it in a very rational and methodical way. So I urge the adoption of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Majority Leader yield?
Would Senator yield?
I will.
Yields.
Thank you. On this, I know you've been deep into looking at this for a long time now. This is budget neutral, is the way I understand it from everything that's been reached into to look in for what this could potentially cost the state through consolidation. Is that correct?
That's correct. So initially this will be budget neutral, but with the, again, synergies that hopefully the Chief Operating Officer will be able to obtain throughout the different departments, we actually believe it's going to save and return money to the taxpayers or to the sections of care that these different departments will be managing.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? If not, question before the Senate, this shall the bill pass. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 127 by Senators Weld, Maroney, Nelson, Tacubo, Oliverio, Azinger, Clements, Barrett, Roberts, Woodrum, Queen, Swope, Hamilton, Boley, Smith, Plymel, Wolfel, and Caputo, relating to reimbursement of hospital and inpatient rates by PEIA.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 127 relating to reimbursement of hospital inpatient rates by PEIA. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule that requires the bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended, and that the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring the bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bills be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk to prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the results. Excuse me. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 127 relating to reimbursement of hospital inpatient rates by PEIA. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Weld moved to amend the bill on page 2, section 30, line 1, by striking out 2024 and inserting in lieu thereof 2023 on page 2, section 30, line 5, by striking out 2024 and inserting in lieu thereof 2023. And on page 2, section 30, line 13, by striking out 2024 and inserting in lieu thereof 2023.
Senator from Brooke.
President, request unanimous consent that he read the amendment, but that all my amendments be considered as one.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Brooke.
I'll explain the bill in a second, but my amendment simply corrects what I believe is just a scrivener's error in the bill, changing the to effect from plans starting July 2024 to 23. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 127 relating to reimbursement of hospital inpatient rates by PEIA. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill might look familiar to the members. It was Senate Bill 574 in the last session last year. What this bill does is that it moves the reimbursement rate for hospitals and emergency medical service providers to 110% of the Medicare reimbursement rate. And as my amendment just changed it, this will be effective for plans starting July 1st of 2023. The effective cost of this piece of legislation will be $40 million. That's the anticipated cost. Now, for those who are in the gallery or listening at home, you may think, well, what is the rush? Why do we have to suspend the rules and get this bill out on day one? Well, I'll tell you, in the district that I share with the Senator from Ohio, Wheeling Hospital recently announced that beginning July 1, it was not going to accept PEIA because of the abysmal reimbursement rate paid by that health insurance program, 59% of Medicare. And so this bill is meant to address that. Now, Mr. President, there are many structural errors and many issues with PEIA. This is but one fix that is needed for that entire program. It's a short-term fix. but is needed in order to give members of that plan in our district a modicum of security that their health insurance is going to be accepted when they need to go to the hospital beginning July 1. And so I'm happy to answer any questions of the body, and I urge passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for bringing this to our attention this early in the session. I'll briefly state that I think it was 2 sessions ago, I served on a committee chaired by the senator from Wood, and we had the director of this agency, PEIA, under oath, and he was almost to the point of bragging about the fact that our hospitals were being paid less than the cost of services to them. And I thought that was outrageous. And the 5th Senatorial District has as one of its primary economic engines the provision of health care services. So I took that with some indignance that an agency of the state government would be in a position where we have hospitals that are run by the state universities or affiliated with the state universities, and the state agency itself would not pay them what was just even a break-even point. So again, thank you, Senator, for bringing this to our attention. I urge passage.
Further discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will tell you that I don't plan on getting up and speaking on every bill, but this one is very important, and I think that last year when this bill was introduced into Health and Human Resources, this was the exact thing that we were trying to prevent. Any of us that live in areas that border other states know that other hospitals get reimbursed at a much higher rate than the hospitals in our area for the same care. And if you look at this, the Senator from Pleasance and I were actually in the body when this happened, when we had an access to care problem back in the 90s. And this group, the Senate and the House, put in a select committee on PEIA, and because I was a low man on the totem pole, I guess I got to chair that. But we'd actually put things in place to try to prevent this, to look at reimbursement rates. But at that time, the access to care problem was because we were not paying our bills. Now it's because we're reimbursing at such a low rate, people don't want to take our bills, do not want to take our patients. And this is predicated because we have not allowed it to run as an insurance company. And no premium increases for a number of years create this type of situation. I urge the adoption of this bill, but I also know that we have got a lot further work to be done on this. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pardon my hoarseness. This is, as the senator from Cabell pointed out, or the senator from Wayne pointed out, the same bill that came out of Health Committee last year and passed the Senate last year, probably unanimously, I think. It's a good start. This is a good start. More needs to be done, but this will be a good start. I remember standing up last year, I talked about this a lot, I gave a lot of numbers, and we said we're going to run into a crisis where these people aren't going to have places to go for their health care. Well, it's not my district in Wheeling, but I have a couple hospitals I work at in that district. And they're going to stop taking PEI patients, and they should. I don't think there's anything wrong with them making that decision when they're being paid below the cost of care. And we almost waited too long, but we passed it now. We're going to avoid a bigger problem. Wheeling's the first hospital. There's other hospitals are discussing this right now, and there will be more. They're waiting to see what happens this session. If we don't address it this session, there'll be a lot more than just Wheeling Hospital that make that same announcement. It's a very, very pressing issue that we've kicked down the road for a long time, and we need to really just, toughen up and pass this tough piece of legislation. Again, I believe this is a start. I think there's more to be done, and I'll end with just giving you an example of the numbers. Okay, The senator from Wayne pointed out that there's a different reimbursements. Like, for instance, in Wheeling Hospital, 3 miles away across the river, there's a hospital in Ohio, in Martins Ferry, Ohio. So comparing apples to apples, here's some of the numbers. So if you were to go into Wheeling Hospital and get a procedure done, and as an inpatient, and went into Martins Ferry, East Ohio Hospital, East Ohio Regional Hospital, had the same procedure done, reimbursements would be on the tune of $2,500 for the in-state, $10,000 for the out-of-state. So they get reimbursed $10,000 for every $2,500 on the exact same procedure, apples for apples, on the same patient. Outpatient, it's not as bad. Well, yes, actually it is. It's the same. It's about $400 to $1,500. All right, that's the difference. Again, outpatient procedure. You go to a hospital, you have PEIA. You go to a hospital in West Virginia. That hospital gets reimbursed $400. You go to a hospital out of state, $1,500 for the same thing. All right, professional services, $100 to $150. So each and every one of those is significantly lower. PEIA's paying our own hospitals a lot lower than the out of state, and they're paying them too low. And I applaud this bill. I hope we can get it all the way across the finish line this year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Monongalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I represent a unique district in that we probably have more people insured by PEIA than any of your districts. And at the same time, we probably have more people employed in the hospital industry than any of your districts. So Senator from Marion and I have a unique situation that we are attempting to deal with, and that's why I've been a sponsor of this bill. I want to give you a couple numbers. Last year, there were about 2,000 PEIA insureds that ended up being hospitalized. And PEIA paid to those out-of-state hospitals where they were hospitalized about $56 million. So 2,000 insureds, $56 million paid to out-of-state hospitals where those insureds sought to seek their care. At the same time that those 2,000 were hospitalized out of state, there were 12,000 PEIA insureds who were hospitalized in-state. And the reimbursement rate for PEIA for those 12,000 patients was $57 million. So we paid $56 million to out-of-state hospitals to take care of 2,000 of our state employees and others insured by PEIA. Yet at the same time, we paid almost the identical amount of money for 12,000 who sought care in West Virginia. So this will help compensate that difference. There may be many other things that we need to do to address PEIA, but I sponsored this bill and I will support this bill to help our public employees have the care that they deserve and to help our hospitals remain viable to serve the citizens in this state.
Is there further discussion? Senator from, make up your mind. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to point out to the members that this is a first step to stop the bleeding. It by no way fixes anything. I'm hoping our health committee will take that challenge head on and get more fixes from the other comments, but also would like to request unanimous consent that the comments regarding Senate Bill 127 from our senators from Wheeling, Cabell, the senior from the 5th, Marshall, and Monongalia County be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Is there further discussion? Senator Brooke wishes to close debate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I applaud and thank all my colleagues for the remarks on this piece of legislation. Today, what we have in front of us is the consequences of inaction, because those who manage PEI, who are in charge of PEI, who are in charge of the health care of over 200,000 citizens of this state have done nothing. Since this bill was first passed by the Senate almost a year ago, they have done nothing, knowing that a day like last week when Wheeling Hospital announced that they would no longer be taking PEIA was coming at them. And so the Senate has shown today that it is not afraid to take action and take responsibility for what is a massive problem in this state that affects all of our districts. And so I look forward to further action being done on this by the House. I look forward to further action being proposed by this body as it applies to PEI because it's a massive problem that needs fixed and is much more than just this bill in front of us. I urge passage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action to the Senate and the House. The Senate will be at ease.
Clerk has a message from the House.
Is he ready?
Yes, he's ready. I just told him.
All right.
Clerk has a message from the House.
Clerk has a message from the House.
House Concurrent Resolution 1, extending an invitation to His Excellency the Governor to deliver an address to the Legislature and raising a joint assembly, therefore.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. The chair appoints the senator from Pleasance, the senior senator from the 17th, and the senator from Cabell. Hey, let's roll.
Senate Bill 128 by Senators Smith, Tarr, Azinger, Roberts, Deeds, Boley, Rucker, and Taylor, clarifying authority of governor and legislature to proclaim and declare state of emergency and preparedness.
Bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves. Senator, be these for one moment. Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 128, clarifying authority of governor and legislature to proclaim and declare state of emergency and preparedness. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the constitutional rule requiring the bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of those members present having voted in the affirmative. I declare the constitutional rules suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 128, clarifying authority of governor and legislature to proclaim and declare state of emergency and preparedness. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 128, clarifying authority of governor and legislature to proclaim and declare state of emergency and preparedness. Third reading of the bill.
Question now is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 128 would amend two sections of our state code. They're both existing sections, and they're found in Chapter 15, Article 5, which Article 5 is the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. And the sections that would be amended are Sections 2 and Sections 6 in that article. And they address emergency powers of the state government primarily. Section 2 is a definition section now, and it would be amended in this bill by adding a couple new definitions. And the new definitions include a definition for a state of emergency and a definition for a state of preparedness, consistent with the definitions in that section. The bill would create two different classifications of a state of preparedness, and they're designated as Class 1 and Class 2 in the definitions. Class 1, state of preparedness, would generally involve the preparation for an emergency, a natural disaster, that sort of thing. A Class 2 state of preparedness would address an event, a known event that's coming, not necessarily a disaster or an emergency, but something that requires above and beyond normal preparations. The example in discussions that has been used over and repeatedly about that is a Class 2 state of preparedness would be something like an International Boy Scout Jamboree, which came to, I think, Fayette County a few years ago and required a good bit of mobilization of government and preparedness for that. So those are the new definitions in it. Let me say, before I talk about the changes in the emergency powers, I should say, a little bit generally about it, what it is, what this bill is, and what it is not. This bill does not affect any significant curtailment of the emergency powers of the governor or the legislature. Right now, both the governor and the legislature have the authority to declare a state of emergency. That's preserved in this bill. It's not changed. Under our current law, the governor and the legislature have authority to terminate a state of emergency. The governor by executive order, the legislature by the passage of a concurrent resolution, both houses of the legislature. That's not changed in this law at all. But the law does try to incorporate some things that we've learned through the state of emergency in which we were immersed for 2.5 years. At least not in my lifetime, we've never had anything like that before in West Virginia. We've had emergencies. We've had governors who've had to declare states of emergencies for floods, derechos, but we've never had, a 2+ year state of emergency before related to a global pandemic. And this bill reflects a few things that are, I think, related primarily to just the length of such a state of emergency. And I'm going to go through them kind of quickly, but it keeps, as I mentioned, the bill keeps the current language that authorizes the governor or the legislature to declare a state of emergency or state of preparedness. And again, that's still by executive order of the governor or by a concurrent resolution of the legislature. This bill now says that a gubernatorial proclamation would expire after 60 days, unless prior to that 60 days the governor provides written notice to the Senate President and the Speaker of the House and the Joint Committee on Government Finance of his or her belief that the state needs to continue. And that's basically all it requires, just additional notice. Now, let me pause there and say something that a couple years ago, we had a bill that went through both houses of the legislature in different forms, but relating to states of emergency and the governor's powers. And there was a bit of a gulf between what the Senate had passed and what the House of Delegates had passed. The House of Delegates bill, or their final version of it, purported to require the governor to call the legislature into session. And it was my view then that that was unconstitutional. It violated the governor has, under our Constitution, a discretionary power to call the legislature into session anytime he or she chooses, okay? And I thought then, and I still think, a statute that would seek to say, here's how you have to exercise, Governor, this discretionary power that you hold, you know, is an intrusion by the legislative branch into the executive branch. So we failed to come to an agreement 2 years ago between the House and the Senate on a bill. And that was the issue that really held us apart. And so this bill, the bill before us now, looks very much like the Senate version of the bill that was under consideration 2 years ago. In other words, this bill does not seek or attempt to control or direct how a governor of West Virginia exercises what is that governor's discretionary constitutional authority. And I don't think the legislature could or should do that. But what this bill does recognize is that, you know, this coronavirus pandemic that we've gone through, you know, it's over now. The governor terminated it at the late last year by executive order. So that state of emergency is gone, but it was with us for 2.5 years, over 2.5 years. And I think that's unprecedented, at least in my knowledge or memory, with respect to states of emergency declared in the state of West Virginia. But this bill does reflect from those extraordinary circumstances, you know, where you have a state of emergency that has lasted for over 2 years. What this says is if the governor has declared it and he wants it to continue beyond the 60 days, then he's got to provide notice to the President of the Senate, Speaker of the House, the Joint Committee. States of preparedness under this bill will be limited in the same way as states of emergency. Under this bill, where a state of emergency follows a state of preparedness, then there's a combined limit of 90 days without the notices being triggered. So you can imagine that, you know, the National Meteorological Service, or NOAA, is telling us the storm is coming. So we start in a declared state of preparedness. You know, it's because we know it's on the way. And then when it comes, it becomes a state of emergency. And I think that's consistent with sort of in the real world how a government would need to react to those kinds of things, particularly meteorological. The bill would provide that all proclamations and concurrent resolutions must contain facts and circumstances underlying the proclamation, and, this is important, whether the legislature does it or the governor does it, the geographically designated area. In other words, does it apply to the whole state, or does it apply to, you know, these specific counties where the water is rising and we think we're going to be in a flood situation? But a state of preparedness or a state of emergency must, whether the legislature does it or the governor does it. This adds language that, you know, it's common sense, and it's the way governors have done it, but it will become part of the law that it has to refer to a specific geographic area that is affected or expected to be affected. There's a requirement in the bill that a declaration or a proclamation be distributed and disseminated widely. That makes perfect sense. You want everyone to know. Okay. The bill provides that under a proclamation, resolution by the governor's given the following powers. And this is very similar to what's in current law. A, to enforce all the laws and rules relating to the providing of emergency services and direct operational control of all emergency service entities and personnel. B, to procure, sell, lend, lease, deliver materials, perform emergency services without limitation of law or being required to account immediately to the treasurer. C, to order evacuations and restrict ingress and egress of stricken or threatened areas. D, to suspend or limit provisions of law which interfere with the providing of emergency services. E, to suspend or limit the sale, dispensing, or transporting of alcohol, explosives, combustibles. F, to provide emergency housing. G, it says the governor would not have the authority to do these things. And there are three. A, close houses of worship or prevent their operation in a manner that is more restrictive than that afforded to the most essential services. So, I don't think there was any language in an executive order that was ever entered by Governor Justice that specifically said close churches, but governors in other states did that, to the great outrage of the citizenry. This says that in West Virginia, going forward, if we have an emergency, you can't do anything to churches unless you're doing it to all the essential operations. So, you can imagine a situation where the flood is coming right at the church, and it might be a good idea to get the people out of the building right now. But in terms of entering orders to close churches, which some governors in America did, I had lots, I'm sure you all did as well, lots of constituents who the idea of that was repugnant to them. So that's a limitation in this bill. B, to suspend the lawful sale, transfer, transportation of firearms, ammunition. We passed, I think, a separate bill on that, but it's incorporated into this. We're not surrendering to the government. People have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms under the West Virginia Constitution, under the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution. We're saying that a state of emergency or a state of preparedness doesn't give the legislature or the governor any right to interfere with that right. And we cannot under the Emergency Powers Act. The final one is to interfere with or impair the operations of news media beyond those limits set forth in the article, and that's important too. That First Amendment is critically important, and we don't want any future governor or any future legislature be able to say, aha, we're in a state of emergency. Let's use this opportunity to try to control what the media are allowed to publish or print or say. No. This rules that out. It deprives the legislature and the governor of any such authority. The bill also says that no county or local health department may use the existence of a state of emergency or preparedness to act in a way not authorized by statute, unless expressly authorized to do so by an executive order of the governor. The next provisions makes it clear that challenges to executive orders are limited to petitions for writs of mandamus or prohibition, and notice requirements are made inapplicable on that. And then finally, the bill expressly is prospective, and it expressly exempts from the sections the state of emergency related to the COVID state of emergency that went into effect in March of 2020, but now has been terminated. I think when this bill was drafted, the state of emergency might not have been terminated, and that would be a moot point now. So, Mr. President, that's a short description of what this bill does. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
Is there discussion? Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to show you what a short version is here so everyone will know. Thank you, the chairman, for explaining that rather thoroughly there. I'm going to stand in support of this bill, which might be a surprise to everybody, but I doubt it. You know, I wanted this 2 years ago very bad. It's like Christmas to me right now today on the floor. But with that being said, no one could predict what we just went through with the pandemic. No one is trying to say, to undermine just how serious the pandemic was, because a lot of people lost their lives in that. But we was under a state of emergency for, 3 years? Close to 3 years, if not 3 years. And if we wasn't coming back into session right now, we'd still be under a state of emergency. It was because the executive branch knew what was coming, because enough is enough. He might consider this, the executive branch might consider this a punch in the mouth. It's not. Because it's over. That's done. We can't go back and do anything about what happened before. But going forward, we got to make sure that no one ever has that kind of power over the citizens and the elected officials. We are elected by the people. We should have a say what goes on, no matter how good it is or how bad it is. And it was bad. And probably most of the members in this body, you probably knew more, Mr. President, but I kind of doubt it. But most of my information that I've got during the pandemic come from the news agencies. I'd had, of course, I'm an underground coal miner. I'm underground quite a bit. And I would come out and have messages or phone calls from constituents asking me about something that was going on that I had no idea that they heard on the news. And that bothered me as being an elected official. I mean, we had a dog in the state that was more informed than what any of us in this room were. And that's not right, because we are elected by the people to represent the people. And for the last 2 years, we didn't have that opportunity. And this bill is not as strong as I'd like to see. I have a feeling it's probably going to get a little stronger when it goes across the way. But I just want to emphasize that this is to make sure that something like this never happens again. I mean, it may never happen again. I hope not. I hope we never have to go through, but we never know the times that we're living in now. But I fully, support this, because this light in the Capitol, I don't know how many times they've had to change it. Surely someone's changed it by now. Maybe we need to put a solar light up there. But that's not what the state of emergency is. It is for a state of emergency. You go blowing a fire whistle every hour, then people's going to get dull to it. And that's exactly what we've become with the state of emergency under the present administration. We've been under a state of emergency almost the whole time that we've had this administration on one thing or the other. And I'm not downplaying the severity of it, but enough's enough. And we've got to, if it's a state of emergency, it's a state of emergency. That's what it's put for there, to warn people. But people has got so used to it that they don't pay attention to it anymore. I mean, the light's on all the time. And this state of emergency, they've got to be some rules. We've got to have some skin in the game, because we are the elected people, or the elected officials for the people, and we need to have some say. And like I said, it's not a punch in the face to this governor, because let bygones be bygones. I'm turning over a new leaf. Okay. But going forward, we have to make sure that these circumstances does not happen again. Stuff like this happens in foreign countries that are not supposed to be free. We're a free country, and we have to live within the limits of those freedoms. But We have a process that we need to go through, and I think this tightens it up a little bit. I applaud you, Mr. President, and your staff for allowing this bill to go forward. And if I could vote for it twice, I would, but I can't, so I'll vote for it once. So I encourage everyone to vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to say that I think this bill shares the power and the authority to do this between the legislative and executive branch where it belongs. I urge you to vote yes.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate. If not, the question for the Senate is the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 129 by Senators Tarr, Smith, and Taylor, limiting gubernatorial authority to spend certain funds without appropriation of legislature.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 129, limiting gubernatorial authority to spend certain federal funds without appropriation of legislature. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read a second or on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bill be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results. On this question, 31 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 129, limiting gubernatorial authority to spend certain federal funds without appropriation of legislature. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 129, limiting gubernatorial authority to spend certain federal funds without appropriation of legislature. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of Senate Bill 129 is to limit gubernatorial authority to spend certain federal funds without appropriation of the legislature. The bill clarifies that no amount of unanticipated federal funds in excess of $10 million in any fiscal year may be spent by the executive without appropriation by the legislature. Mr. President, this revisits legislation that kind of piggybacked on the previous bill, Senate Bill 128, 2 years ago, when we were looking at gubernatorial powers, and we were also looking at the leeway the governor has to spend unanticipated federal funds. And at that time, we had no idea what we were in for with regards to the pandemic moving forward. And so in there was a relatively arbitrary number that we picked, about $150 million, and that $150 million was per declared state of emergency. What many people don't realize is that when there are a lot of times declarations of states of emergency that are stacked on each other within the governor's office. And that was a kind of a loophole to get around some of this. The other thing that's dangerous with having a real high amount of dollars that a governor can spend without having oversight of the legislature or the legislature exercising its power of the purse is that federal money comes with strings. Those strings can result in clawbacks. And some of the things that we may be susceptible to now is because of misspending of those unanticipated federal funds that we would have had through CARES, that we would have had through ARPA, and now as we have coming from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act and the Inflationary Act, I would call it, that they're getting ready to do here as well. That as those funds come through, we want to make sure that we don't go through and have the governor expending money outside the rules, the strings of that federal money, and have clawbacks that is multiples of $150 million. So what this does, it goes down and says that in any fiscal year, the max that the governor can spend without the authorization of the legislature to appropriate that money is $10 million. The other thing it's important to note that this does not restrict the speed with which the governor can go in and react to a state of emergency with those unanticipated federal funds. And the reason it doesn't impact the speed of it is because those federal funds don't show up at the same time a declaration of emergency is declared. What happens is it takes a little time for those federal funds to get here. And we use our money that's in the governor's contingency fund that we appropriate to the governor to have a discretionary spending with, to have that speed with which he reacts. So, Mr. President, this is just a major correction of things that we have learned over this COVID-19 experience. I urge passage.
Question is on passage bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've often been jealous of my friend from Tucker County. The man can turn a phrase. I wish I had that kind of cleverness and wit. But to use his line, this does feel like a punch in the mouth at our particular governor that's seated downstairs. This is a brand new legislature. We have many new members. We have new committee chairs. We even have new committees. So I don't see any reason for us to speed through the process. I think we're sacrificing transparency here by not using the committee process. And maybe this was discussed respectfully, maybe this was discussed in your caucus, but it's not being discussed in a committee or on the floor really until I stood up and my friend from Putnam stood up. So I feel like we're treading maybe even across the line of the separation of powers. Our Constitution grants great discretion and authority in the governor, and we're certainly a co-equal branch of government. And I think we're either close to that line or maybe even on the line. Again, I just don't see the reason for speed on this. I just feel like anytime we make a move that is reactive to a particular person, which this appears to be, could be, I think we make an error. Urge a no vote.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for the Senate. Shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 30 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 30 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 130 by Senators Tarr, Rucker, Azinger, Carnes, Maynard, Deeds, Phillips, Roberts, Woodrum, Swope, Smith, and Taylor, Anti-Racism Act of 2023.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, the clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 130, Anti-Racism Act of 2023, first reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the constitutional rule requiring the bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine ascertain the results. On this question, 29 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 130, Anti-Racism Act of 2023, second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed in advance. Third reading, the clerk will read the bill third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 130, Anti-Racism Act of 2023, third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Mason.
This bill prohibits students, teachers, administrators, or other employees from being required to affirm, adopt, or adhere to any of the following concepts. One race is inherently morally or intellectually superior to another race. One individual, by virtue of the individual's race, is inherently racist or oppressive. An individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely or partly because of the individual's race. An individual's moral character is determined by the individual's race. An individual, by virtue of the individual's race, bears responsibility for actions committed by other members of the same race. The bill clarifies the above prohibitions by specifically allowing the discussion of concepts in theory, the discussion, examination, and debate regarding race and its impact on historical or current events, the right to freedom of speech. The bill also establishes complaint and reporting procedures and authorizes state board rules. I'd also like to add that if members of this body may remember, this bill was passed as Senate Bill 498 in the last legislative session in 2022. Members and those listening, those in the gallery may remember that it was the one we passed that we thought was at midnight, but turned out that it was a little bit after. So I urge passage of this bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Education Chair yield?
Will the Senator yield? The Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. First of all, you know how much I appreciate your hard work here, and the questions I have arise from my ancestry. My family came from Nuremberg in 1835 to America, and I've learned that those students in Germany these days, in Bavaria, are tough enough to listen to teachers talk about the Holocaust and the Nazi Party and the rise of Hitler. So my question to you is, are our kids tough enough to learn about racism, to learn about segregation and slavery? I mean, are we handcuffing teachers with this bill?
First of all, thank you, Senator, for asking me to yield. I would have been highly disappointed as my first floor presentation as Education Chair if I wasn't asked to yield by either you or my friend from Marion. So thanks for not disappointing me. I don't think this ties hands of teachers at all. And as a teacher myself, I want to say that I do teach my fourth graders about segregation. And one of their favorite stories is the story of Ruby Bridges. And I don't know if any of you know the story of Ruby Bridges, a little 6-year-old girl who was attended one of the very first desegregated schools. And we learn about her story, and we learn about what she went through. And it's and my fourth graders, 9 and 10-year-olds, empathize with that little girl. And we talk about how wrong it was, and we talk about why it's important to learn of those things, because when we learn of those things, we don't repeat them. We understand, and they understand, that those are wrong ways to do things. We want to make sure that they have that context in history, okay? And we do need to discuss racism. That's why this is the Anti-Racism Act.
So let me ask you, and thank you for that. Let me ask you this. Is this happening? Can you name any school in West Virginia where kids are being taught that because they're of a Caucasian race or because of their ancestry, they're inferior to other people? Is that actually a thing that's going on in our state? And if so, can you name some schools where that's happening?
So personally, last year in 2022, when this bill was coming through Education Committee and we discussed it on the floor, I had heard from some parents and some teachers, I apologize, I don't recall their names because that was last year, but who said that they had concerns that their students were being taught a certain thing in a certain way, or that their children were hearing certain things. And I took that in perspective from teaching at a low-income school where the poverty rate is high, and I thought of my students who go home and they don't have heat, they don't have running water, sometimes they don't have floors in their trailers, and I thought about how can we tell these kids that they have a step up or a leg up in society. The same way with inner city kids, inner city African American kids. It's not fair to them for us to say, you know, you have a leg down, but I'm not trying to diminish anything to say that those kids on both ends of that aren't impoverished or we don't need to help them. What I'm trying to say is trying to tell these kids that you have a leg up or you automatically can't do this because of your situation isn't right, and it does them an injustice.
Well, I mean, that might happen in Walla Walla, Washington or someplace. I'm wondering if what you heard, respectfully, what you heard somebody told somebody else, in West Virginia, and I challenge really the body, is there any school where this has happened, where this has been a real thing, or are we just trying to, you know, address woke or whatever that word means? So has it happened anywhere that you're specifically aware of, or even that you've been told about? A particular school, an elementary or a high school in our state, or middle school?
I'll answer that with no. I couldn't tell you a specific school, but with respectfully, with your comment about a hearsay, you know what, going on what somebody else says. As parents of students who are in schools and students who are, you know, small students in elementary schools, secondary schools, as a parent, you're listening to what your child tells you happens at school. So it is I guess in a way hearsay, but the parent isn't there. So I'm hearing from parents who said, my child said this is happening at school, and we do need to address it when that happens.
Is this in Mason County where this has happened? Where
No,
the parents have told you that somebody's kid was told they were no good because they were white?
Now you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
Words to that effect.
But I will say, absolutely, I have heard from parents in Mason County. I've heard from parents in other counties who have said that this is a concern of theirs.
But so that can we figure out who the teachers are that are teaching that and have them, I mean, is it, again, I'm just trying to ground us in reality and not cable TV, all right? Are we grounded in reality? Is this a real problem in West Virginia? And I'll let you have the final say.
Thank you. So we absolutely should find those teachers that are doing that, but I don't see where it hurts at all, Senator, to make sure that every teacher doesn't do it. You know, so we can find those bad actors, absolutely, but this kind of ensures that it's not going to happen with any other. And respectfully, I'd like to close with that statement, and I'd like to again say that I'm going to urge passage on this. This is important. It's something we passed last session, and I think that it's important to pass now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? If not, question before the Senate, this shall the bill pass. All those in favor vote yea, those opposed vote nay. Clerk should prepare the machine. Where'd Bob go? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk closed machine ascertain the results. On this question, 30 yeas, 2 nays, 2 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senate will be at ease for one moment.
Senate will be back in order. Senior Senator from the 17th. Wait.
Senate Bill 131 by Senators Nelson, Woodrum, Jeffries, Phillips, Trumps, Deeds, Stewart, Queen, Smith, and Rucker, allowing municipal fire marshals to receive service weapon upon retirement.
Senior Senator 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring the bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its... I'll get it here. Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee to reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read at the first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 131, allowing municipal fire marshals to receive service weapon upon retirement. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended, that the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 different days be suspended and the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there will be 33 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 131, allowing municipal fire marshals to receive service weapon upon retirement. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed, advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 131, allowing municipal fire marshals to receive service weapon upon retirement. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on the passage of the bill. Junior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome. Yes, Senate Bill 131 is very similar to Senate Bill 540 from last year that did pass this body unanimously. What this bill does, it will allow municipal fire departments to award service weapons to municipal fire marshals and deputy fire marshals upon retirement after 20 years of service. The authority, there is some discretion in the authority to issue these weapons, and also includes various prohibitions. The departments are also authorized to offer service weapons to active and retired fire marshals. I'm happy to answer any questions, and Mr. President, I urge passage.
The questions on passage of the bill. Is there further discussion? If not, the question was on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this motion, there will be 33 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 absent and not voting. And more than a majority of those present and voted and have voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests the unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. This question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 132 by Senators Boley, Hamilton, Clements, Grady, Jeffries, Carnes, Nelson, Roberts, Stover, Trump, Weld, Wolfle, Phillips, Primal, Martin, Rucker, Tacubo, Smith, Woodrum, Deeds, Oliverio, Azinger, Stewart, Barrett, and Queen, clarifying criminal offense of harassment.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The senior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 132, clarifying criminal offense of harassment. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring the bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended, the bill be read a second and third time, and placed upon its adoption.
Senior senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 separate days be suspended, the bill read a second and third time, and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 132, clarifying criminal offense of harassment. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 132, clarifying criminal offense of harassment. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke.
Mr. President, what you have before you in what is now Senate Bill 132 was last year Senate Bill 413, passed the Senate 33-0. It changes nothing substantive to the law, but all that it does is clarifies that there are now 2 distinct offenses. The first is subsection A, stalking, and harassment found in subsection B. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on the passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this issue, be 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
They're making fun of your haircut back there, and I'm just saying it's a good haircut. Good job. Thank you. Where am I at? 133.
Senate Bill 133 by Senators Rucker, Woodrum, Clements, Smith, Maroney, Trump, Azinger, Stewart, Barrett, Phillips, Roberts, and Maynard, adding definition of ammunition for purposes of obtaining state license to carry concealed deadly weapon.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 133, adding definition of ammunition for purposes of obtaining state license to carry concealed deadly weapon. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring the bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended, the bill be read a second and third time, and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the constitutional rule requiring the bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time, and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 133, adding definition of ammunition for purposes of obtaining state license to carry concealed deadly weapon. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed in advance to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 133, adding definition of ammunition for purposes of obtaining state license to carry concealed deadly weapon. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 133 amends a single section of our state code. It's Chapter 61, Article 7, Section 4, which is the section that controls how you get a license to carry a concealed weapon in West Virginia. Current law has in that statute a subsection that says to get that concealed carry permit, one of the requirements is you have to undergo live fire of ammunition training. Okay? This whole bill is simple. Its only point is to add a definition to the law of ammunition. And it says that ammunition means ammunition or cartridge cases, primers, bullets, or propellant powder designed for use in any firearm, and includes ammunition designed for training such as marking rounds and simulated training rounds. The whole idea is for this to allow people to meet their live fire ammunition requirement with cheaper training ammunition. I'll be happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill, which is identical to Senate Bill 266, which passed the Senate unanimously last year.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than a majority, more than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 134 by Senators Jeffries, Caputo, Wolfle, Hamilton, Rucker, Trump, Oliverio, Azinger, Stewart, Roberts, Woodrum, and Queen, protecting consumers against businesses using automatic renewals without consent.
Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference dismissed with, and the bill will be read the first time. Is there any objections? The chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill the first time.
Senate Bill 134, protecting consumers against businesses using automatic renewals without consent. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced. Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring a bill be read on 3 different days be suspended and the bill be read a second and third time and be placed on its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? Guess not. Every member. Clerk will close the machine and And the results on this question. How many is it? Where are they? Okay. Being 32 yeas and 0 noes and 2 absents, not voting more than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 134, protecting consumers against businesses using automatic renewals without consent. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 134, protecting consumers against businesses using automatic renewals without consent. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on the passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 134 is the 2023 version, incarnation of a bill that has passed the Senate, I want to say at least 4 years. I'm being signaled 5. Is it 5? 5th year in a row. Last year, we passed this bill by a vote of 33-0 as Senate Bill 22. The bill creates a new article in the state code. Within the West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act, the article would be designated as 6-0. In Chapter 46A, it has a total of 6 sections in it, and it's designed to be consumer protection with respect to automatic renewals for subscriptions and charges. So, Section 1 provides the legislative intent, which is the definition of the legislature's objective is to end the practice of ongoing charges to a consumer if the consumer hasn't consented. 2 is a definition section. Section 3 makes it unlawful for a business that makes automatic renewal or continuous service offers to a consumer to fail to meet the following requirements. 1, they have to present the auto renewal or continuous service offer in a clear and conspicuous manner. They have to obtain, 2, they have to obtain the consumer's affirmative consent to auto renewal or continuous service before charging for it. And 3, they have to provide an acknowledgement containing the offer terms, cancellation policy, information on how to cancel in a manner that the consumer will be able to retain. Businesses have to provide specified contact information. The bill expressly protects a consumer's right to terminate auto renewal or continuous service online, including by email. Businesses must provide clear and conspicuous notice of changes. If auto renewal or continuous service charges occur once a year or less frequently, then businesses must provide a reminder of the notice of the right to cancel at least 30 days prior to the charge. There are other requirements within the bill, 2 other sections. There's a section that relates to attorney's fees. It provides, as previous bills have done, that if you get a good mailed to you, you know, as part of a promotional or marketing thing by a business that a consumer didn't request or ask for, the law makes it clear that's a gift. It's your gift. You get to keep it, and you don't have to pay any money for it. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. President. Otherwise, I urge passage of this bill for what I understand will be the 6th straight year.
The question's on the passage of the bill. Is there a discussion? If not, the question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Have now. Every member has voted. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. There's 33 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 absent. And not voting more than the majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 135 by Senators Weld, Trump, Deeds, Jeffries, and Stewart relating to Uniform Controlled Substances Act.
Senior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill will be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference dispensed with, and the bill will be read a first time. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 135 relating to Uniform Controlled Substances Act. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days are suspended, and the bill will be read a second and third time and be placed up on its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. There's 33 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the member present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 135 relating to Uniform Controlled Substances Act. Second reading of the bill.
Okay, if not, are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Okay, if not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill the third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 135 relating to Uniform Controlled Substances Act. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bills. Senator from Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill that we have before us, 135, was SB 431 last year, passed the Senate by a vote of 29-0, and what it does is it clarifies the language that appears in subsection B while engaged in the illegal use of a controlled substance. What this bill does in the general sense is that if an individual is engaged in the illegal use of a controlled substance with another, and that individual suffers an overdose or a medical emergency, and the individual they're with does not call emergency services or medical services, then they can be held liable. What this bill does is it clarifies what the term engaged in illegal use of a controlled substance with another person means, and that is being defined as being in the physical presence of a person engaged in illegal drug use and participating with him or her in the illegal drug use or knowingly facilitating the illegal drug use. And that also clarifies what seek medical assistance means, and that is calling 911 or a poison control facility or any other type of first responder. I'm happy to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on the passage of the bill. Is there a discussion? If not, the question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. That opposed will vote no or nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on the question. There are 33 yeas, 0 noes, and 1 absent. With more than the majority of those present and voting having voted on the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senator from Mason.
Of inquiry, Mr. President.
I know what you're going to ask. It's got something to do with hair.
I was just curious if there was some discriminatory practice taking place here today, because I've noticed that only bald men have been invited to the podium. And I was wondering if we were ever going to have a substitute president who may not be bald. Thank you, Mr. President.
Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 136 by Senators Trump, Deeds, Oliverio, Stewart, Phillips, and Woodrum, requiring persons convicted of certain offenses to undergo psychological or psychiatric testing and have treatment plan to be eligible for probation.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read the first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 136, requiring persons convicted of certain offenses to undergo psychological or psychiatric testing and have treatment plan to be eligible for probation. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days to be suspended. The bill be read a second, third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days to be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rules suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 136, requiring persons convicted of certain offenses to undergo psychological or psychiatric testing and have treatment plan to be eligible for probation. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 136, requiring persons convicted of certain offenses to undergo psychological or psychiatric testing and have treatment plan to be eligible for probation. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 136 would amend 2 sections of our state code. They're both in Chapter 62, and they're both in Article 12. One Section 2 and the other Section 9. Under our law right now, there are certain offenses for which, if you're convicted, you can't be put on probation. A judge has no authority to put you on probation unless there's a full psychological report done by a psychologist or a psychiatrist that's provided in advance of that. And generally what we're talking about here are sexual offenses or offenses that involve minor children. All right? So this bill will add to that list of offenses, and it'll say that you can't be put on probation unless you've had a psychological or psychiatric evaluation for the following additional offenses: solicitation of a minor via a computer, in Chapter 61, exposing a minor to pornographic material, and then in Article 8D of Chapter 61, sexual abuse by a parent, guardian, or custodian. So what our law right now has those as loopholes. In other words, if you're convicted of one of those offenses now, the judge is not required to have a psychiatric or psychological evaluation done upon you before you get put on or considered for probation. This would change that and add those offenses to the list of ones where you got to have that. Now, in the other part of this, it adds to the list those same three offenses to the list of offenses where a convicted person is presumptively not permitted to live in a house with a minor, and particularly the victim. So if you've been convicted of, I'll say them again, solicitation of a minor via computer, or providing pornography or pornographic material to a minor, or child abuse, this bill would say the law is going to provide that you can't live in a home with a victim of those offenses. Be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is how the bill pass. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senator from Mason, I hope you're pleased.
Clerk will read Senate Bill 137.
Senate Bill 137 by Senators Trump, Woelfel, Phillips, Deeds, Oliverio, Stewart, Clements, and Queen, clarifying offenses of kidnapping and unlawful restraint.
Senior Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The Senator from Brooke requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 137, clarifying offenses of kidnapping and unlawful restraint. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that a constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, the bill be read a second and third time, and be placed upon its passage.
Senator from Brooke moves the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended, and that the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there were 32 yeas, 0 nays, and 2 absent not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 137, clarifying offenses of kidnapping and unlawful restraint. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed in advance of third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 137, clarifying offenses of kidnapping and unlawful restraint. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on the passage. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 137 amends 2 sections in our criminal code, and they are Chapter 61, Article 2, Section 14A, which is the statutory definition of the offense of kidnapping and the penalty for that. And then the bill would also amend 61.2.14G, which is the statutory elements of and penalties for the offense of unlawful restraint. And this bill, as I remember it from last year, and just for the record, the notes indicate that this bill passed the Senate by a vote of, let me find the abstract on that, I'm looking at the wrong one, passed the Senate last year by a vote of 32-0 as Senate Bill 697. This bill was a reaction, in my memory, to a published opinion by the Supreme Court of Appeals in this state, which reversed a conviction for someone who had been convicted of the offense of kidnapping. The bill rewrites the elements of kidnapping, and those are set forth in Section 14A, subsection A, and now, if this bill is enacted, they would read, A, any person who unlawfully 1, takes custody of, conceals, confines, or restrains another person against his or her will by means of force, threat of force, duress, fraud, deceit, inveiglement, misrepresentation, or enticement with the intent to A, hold another person for ransom, reward, or concession, or B, uses another person as a shield or hostage, or 2, transports another person against his or her will in order to obtain a ransom, reward, or concession from any person, or to terrorize him or her or another person, is guilty of a felony, and that's the offense of kidnapping, and it's punishable by confinement in the Department of Corrections for life. That's not new. That's been the law in West Virginia, probably for 100 years or close to it now, since those 1920s revisers. But kidnapping carries the life sentence, and this redefines the elements in the manner I just read. Be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes the junior senator from the 7th.
Mr. President, I rise in support, strong support of this bill. This relates back to a case involving a lady named Jessica Woodrum, whose husband, Kevin Woodrum, over a period of 24 hours, tortured her. She was lucky to be found alive about 24 hours after the beating happened. And domestic violence, we all know to be the insidious crime that it is. But in this case, the harshest of penalties, the kidnapping charge, was thrown out because one of the elements wasn't met. This bill fixes that. When I read the testimony in this case, and her testimony over a course of several days lasted for hundreds of pages, it's hard to read. It's like something you'd read in a book, a horror film. But her mother was persistent in making sure that help came to that home. The harshest of the charges, kidnapping, was thrown out by the Supreme Court on a technicality. It's important we fix this in defense of every domestic violence victim out there that may suffer under the same scenario. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Chair recognizes Senator from Morgan.
Thank you. I request that the senator would yield for a question.
Does the senator yield?
Yes.
First of all, before I ask the question, let me say thank you for standing up and speaking in support of it. I'm always dangerous when I'm trying to remember things I haven't read recently. I read that case, but I didn't read it within the last couple days. But was it, and maybe you have, in your memory, or wasn't it in the Supreme Court's reading of our statute as it is now, that their interpretation was that in order to meet the elements of the offense, there had to include transportation. Wasn't that the issue in that case? If you've read it recently, I don't know, maybe you're the same position I am, you haven't read it recently enough.
So I have read this, and I've met with Jessica Woodrum several times on this matter. And that is precisely the issue, that transportation was a weakness.
And the court's reading of the statute we have now was that it was a required element.
It was a required element.
And so you agree that this bill now would say that that can be a way to commit the offense of kidnapping, but as we would rewrite this statute, the offense can be committed without necessarily transporting somebody from one place to another place.
Yes, I strongly support the bill because it fixes this loophole in the bill. It fixes the loophole with respect to that crime.
Thank you, sir.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none. If not, the question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. There were 33 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 absent, unaccounted for, not voting. More than the majority of those present voting have voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 138 by Senators Azinger, Trump, and Clements, clarifying secondary sources are not law and public policy of West Virginia in certain instances.
Senator from Brooke.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The senator from Brooke requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 138, clarifying secondary sources are not law and public policy of West Virginia in certain instances. First reading of the bill.
Bill would be advanced. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time, be placed upon its passage.
The senator from Brooke moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended and the bill be read a second, third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. There were 33 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 138, clarifying secondary sources are not law and public policy of West Virginia in certain instances. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advance to third reading. The clerk will read a bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 138, clarifying secondary sources are not law and public policy of West Virginia in certain instances. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, Senate Bill 138, would enact a single new section in the state code in Article 1 of Chapter 2, and it would be designated as Section 3. It's a single new section of code. It's pretty short. It's only 2 paragraphs. The section heading says secondary sources not controlling. Let me first say at the outset, I think that is a restatement of what the law in principle, the law that is in operation in this state now, or should be, but I guess it hurts not to clarify it. There are 2 subsections, and what this says is a secondary source, including a legal treatise, a scholarly publication, a textbook, or other explanatory text, does not constitute the law or public policy of this state and is only persuasive authority to the extent its adoption would create, eliminate, expand, or restrict a cause of action, right, or remedy, or to the extent it is inconsistent with, or in conflict with, or otherwise not addressed by West Virginia law. And then B says, on a legal issue of first impression regarding the creation, elimination, expansion, or restriction of a cause of action, right, or remedy, the circuit court may certify its question of law to the Supreme Court. And that really, that's provided for by Supreme Court rules and case precedent. We're not creating a right to certify questions of law to the Supreme Court here. That right already exists, or opportunity. But the idea behind this bill is just to make clear what I think is already the law, and that is that a textbook or a restatement or a secondary source, unless it's been adopted by our court, our Supreme Court, as law of the state, is not law of the state. And you can argue that stuff to judges and try to convince them. I know probably people aren't too interested in me going on long about this, but it comes up all the time in the practice of law where you have a question, a case, some issue comes up, and our courts have never addressed it. Our Supreme Court, you can't find that there's ever been an opinion or decision where they've addressed the question. So what do you do in that case if you're a lawyer? You got a client saying, what's the law when this happens? So, a lot of times what we do is we look for secondary sources. We look, what did Arkansas do? What did Virginia do? This came up there, and here's how they answered it. but it's not binding law in West Virginia. And so this bill's purpose is to remind our courts, our circuit courts in particular, that when lawyers are popping up citing these secondary sources, they're not citing anything the courts are yet bound by, unless they are. Be happy to answer questions. I urge the passage of the bill.
Is there any further discussion? Senator from Oregon to close. The question is on passage of the bill. If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there were 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting have been voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 139 by Senators Roberts, Azinger, Boley, Grady, Carnes, Maynard, Phillips, Smith, Tarr, Trump, Woodrum, Takubo, Martin, Deeds, Jeffries, Stewart, Clements, Barrett, Rucker, and Taylor, requiring each county board of education to ensure all its meetings are open to the public through in-person attendance and broadcast live on its website.
Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The senator from Brooke requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 139, requiring each county board of education to ensure all its meetings are open to public through in-person attendance and broadcast live on its website. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, the bill be read a second, third time, be placed upon its passage.
The senator from Brooke moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second, third time, and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there were 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 139, requiring each county board of education to ensure all its meetings are open to the public through in-person attendance and broadcast live on its website. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 139, requiring each county board of education to ensure all its meetings are open to public through in-person attendance and broadcast live on its website. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires each county school board to ensure that all of its meetings are open to the public through in-person attendance and that the audio and video of its meetings are broadcast live to the public through an internet link on its website. In addition to being available live, it also requires that each county board ensure that the audio and video is recorded and the recording is also available through a link on its website. The bill also exempts any executive session from these requirements and provides that if the live broadcast experiences a technical interruption, the meeting can continue while the interruption is resolved. The bill also allows county school boards to make and enforce reasonable rules for attendance and presentation at any meetings where there is not enough room for all members of the public who wish to attend. If the county school board provides opportunity for the public to address the school board at any meeting, the board is required to ensure that any person expressing a desire to speak has the opportunity to speak in compliance with the adopted procedures. The bill also requires that all members of the public wishing to address the school board on an issue pursuant to the policies adopted by the board be treated equally. The bill also requires that a draft of the minutes of each public board meeting include a record of the votes cast by each board member on all substantive matters and be posted to the website within 2 business days after the meeting, and after approval will remain on the website for at least 1 year after the meeting. It removes authority for county boards to join the National School Board Association. I also want to note that this bill is the same as the version of Senate Bill 493 that passed the Senate 31-0 with 3 members absent during the 2022 regular session after amending the House amendment. I urge passage.
Any further discussion? Chair hears none. The question then is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. There were 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, and not voting. More than more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be made effective July 1st, 2023, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used upon the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senator from Brooke moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2023, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there were 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2023. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 140 by Senators Woelfel, Grady, Caputo, Woodrum, Hamilton, Trump, Deeds, Jeffries, Azinger, Stewart, Barrett, Phillips, and Roberts, updating offenses of extortion and attempted extortion.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requesting unanimous consent the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read the first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 140, updating offenses of extortion and attempted extortion. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second, third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time placed upon its passage. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has everyone... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 140, updating offenses of extortion and attempted extortion. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 140, updating offenses of extortion and attempted extortion. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 140 mirrors Senate Bill 86 from last session. It was passed unanimously in substantially the same form as we see it today. The purpose of Senate Bill 140 is to modify the criminal offenses of sextortion, extortion, attempted extortion. Specifically, this particular piece of legislation adds threats of releasing images of another's intimate body parts as a means of committing extortion or attempted extortion. Also, we have clarifying language which provides that the attempt to obtain something of value can be, quote, anything of value, end quote. We also upped the penalty for this offense from 1 to 5 to 1 to 10 years. What was a misdemeanor previously will now be a felony offense, resulting in a potential incarceration in a prison of 1 to 5 years. During the last, 4, 5, 6 sessions, the Senate of West Virginia has taken the lead in the country in terms of how we advocate, Mr. President, for our victims of sexual abuse, sexual exploitation. Many other states are now following the model legislation that we've enacted. Even this session, we're in touch with a national group of sexual assault advocates, RAINN, R-A-I-N-N, who provide model legislation to protect and support victims of sexual assault, sexual abuse, sexual exploitation. Basically, we've done this so many times with the leadership of this body that they now send bills to me before the session starts, because they know that this body will listen and consider good legislation that looks out for those men and women, boys and girls who are victimized in our community. So I'm happy to answer questions about Senate Bill 140. Otherwise, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question for Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senator, be these for one moment.
Senate Bill 141 by Senators Trump, Hamilton, Oliverio, Jeffries, Stewart, Clements, Barrett, Phillips, and Queen, adding Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation employees working at certain institutions to West Virginia Emergency Responders Survivor Benefits Act.
Recognize the senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The senior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill will be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill for the first time.
Senate Bill 141, adding Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation employees working at certain institutions in West Virginia Emergency Responders Survivor Benefits Act. First reading of the bill.
The bill will advance. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days or consecutive days be suspended. The bill be read a second, third time and placed upon its passage.
The senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on the 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read for the second time and the third time and be placed upon the passage. All those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and assert the results on the question. Yeas are 33, nays is 0, absent 1. I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill for the second time.
Senate Bill 141, adding Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation employees working at certain institutions to West Virginia Emergency Responders Survivor Benefits Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there any amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to the third reading. The clerk will read the bill for the third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 141, adding Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation employees working at certain institutions to West Virginia Emergency Responders Survivor Benefits Act. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Senate Bill 141 is similar, identical to a bill we considered in the 2022 regular session and passed by a vote of 33-0 with 1 member absent. This abstract doesn't indicate the 2022 bill number that I can see, but West Virginia has in place in our law now an Emergency Responders Survivor Benefit Act, and it's in Chapter 5H in Article 1 of the state code. This bill will amend 2 sections in the code, Section 2 and Section 3 of that article would be amended if this bill passes. The Emergency Responders Survivor Benefit Act, right now, as it exists now, defines emergency responders as paid or unpaid volunteer firefighters, EMS personnel, all law enforcement personnel. This bill will add to that list personnel employed by the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation. By adding them to the definition, they would be eligible then to participate in the Emergency Responders Survivor Benefit Act, which they are not now. The other provision of this bill is the bill as written would be retroactive to 2021. And the abstract I have reminds that in 2021, when we had this bill in regular session, it had with it a fiscal note of $1.275 million. I don't have anything that indicates any update as to that number now. But this bill originally had, and I presume because of the retroactivity part, would continue to have a fiscal note. Be happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill.
The question is passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question on passage of the bill, all those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk close the machine and insert the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, and not voting more than the majority of those present and voting haven't voted in the affirmative. I declare the passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senator from the 17th move that the bill be made effective from passage. In your request unanimous consent that the roll call used upon passage will be used to make the so effective date. Is there objection? The chair hear none on this question. Do we vote?
Go over the same vote. On this question, 33.
Okay. The vote is 33 yeas, 0 nay, 1 absent. Not voting more than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Thank you.
Senate Bill 142 by Senators Trump, Oliverio, Stewart, Clements, Barrett, Phillips, and Woodrum, modifying procedures to settle estates of descendants.
Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference to be dispensed with, and the bill be read for the first time. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill for the first time.
Senate Bill 142, modifying procedures to settle estates of decedents. First reading of the bill.
The bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days to be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
The Senator from the 17th move that the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read for the 3 different days be suspended and the bill be read a second time and the third time be placed upon the passage. All those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and insert the results. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent. More than 4/5 of the members present have voted in the affirmative. I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill for the second time.
Senate Bill 142, modifying procedures to settle estates of decedents. Second reading of the bill.
Are there any amendments?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to the third reading. The clerk will read the bill for the third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 142, modifying procedures to settle estates of decedents. Third reading of the bill.
The question upon passage of the bill, Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 142 has come to us from the Probate Committee of the West Virginia State Bar. They sent the bill to us last year. The Senate considered it last year and passed it by a vote of 33-0, and it was last year considered as Senate Bill 223. I don't know what happened to it after that, but it apparently did not make it across the finish line. It will amend 4 sections of the state code. They're all in Chapter 44, and there are 2 sections in Article 2 and 2 in Article 3A. So a little bit of an explanation. We have, and counties have different options on how they set up their estate management system. Under current law, there are 2 probate systems. In counties where they have a fiduciary commissioner system, the short form settlement may be filed with the county probate office by the personal representative of an estate when all claims and all taxes have been paid, and when approved by the county commission, the estate may close. In other counties, the other counties use a fiduciary supervisor system. So in counties that use a fiduciary supervisor system for probate, when you have a short form settlement, when that's filed, the estate cannot close until publication and expiration of a 30-day notice period as required in one of the sections in Article 3A. This extends the period and increases the expense to close the estate in those cases. And so to make the 2 probate systems similar, that's what this bill does. It amends those sections of the code to eliminate a publication requirement for short form settlements in a fiduciary supervisor probate system. And so the new process would allow a fiduciary supervisor to record the short form, mail copies to each beneficiary, to hold the short form for 10 days, and give any beneficiary the opportunity to object or request a referral to a fiduciary commissioner. And if no objection or referral request comes about, then you can proceed to closure of the estate. If there is an objection or referral request made, then the commission may either confirm the settlement or refer the estate to a fiduciary commissioner, which are lawyers who are appointed by the county commission to hold hearings on factual matters and make recommendations in estates. The final substantive amendment amends Chapter 44, Article 4, Section 9, to eliminate the publication requirement for short form settlement of estates. The bill also updates language, and it makes some stylistic changes. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions the members may have. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question on the passage of the bill is all those in favor vote yea, all those opposed will vote no. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and assert the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent. Not voting more than the majority of those present, and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passage. The clerk will communicate the action to the Senate to the House. Something like that.
Senate Bill 143 by Senators Smith, Phillips, Caputo, Woodrum, Jeffries, Hamilton, Trump, Maynard, Recker, and Taylor relating to Adopt a Stream program.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 143 relating to Adopt a Stream program. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the constitutional rule requiring the bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended, the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the constitutional rule requiring the bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 143 relating to Adopt a Stream program. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will now read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 143 relating to Adopt a Stream program. Third reading of the bill.
Question now is on passage of the bill. Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 143 is the exact same bill as last year's Senate Bill 481. It's Adopt the Stream program. It passed out of the Senate last year 32-0. It's basically the same thing as the Adopt the Highway program, but in this instance, it's a stream. It was changed last year that the requiring minors to be at least 12 years old to participate in the program. That's what it was, and we amended it to 17 years or younger can participate, but have to be accompanied by an adult. And the procedure for selecting streams in the program was changed from volunteers selecting a stream to the DEP approving or denying applications for stream participation. And the final amendment provided for placing signs identifying the streams in the program and reporting obstructions in streams observed by volunteers to the DEP. So I urge passage. I'll answer any questions.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 144 by Senator Carnes regulating schools for students with disabilities.
The bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 145 by Senators Grady, Azinger, Carnes, Rucker, Trump, Oliverio, Stewart, Clements, Phillips, Roberts, and Smith, allowing County Board of Education participating in operation of multi-county vocational center to withdraw.
Senior Senator for the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? If not, Clerk will read the bill for the first time.
Senate Bill 145, allowing County Board of Education participating in operation of multi-county vocational center to withdraw. First reading of the bill.
Bill would be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
President, I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days be suspended and the bill be read a second and third time and be placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. Where's the vote count? Has every member voted? Oh. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there were 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 145, allowing County Board of Education participating in operation of multi-county vocational center to withdraw. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 145, allowing County Board of Education participating in operation of multi-county vocational center to withdraw. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator Senior from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill strikes through language prohibiting any county which participates in a multi-county vocational center from withdrawing from participation. It allows any county board participating in a multi-county vocational center to determine that a career technical education program be part of the local high school in order to better serve students. It allows the program to be a state-approved program of study or a locally created program of study. Strikes through language applicable to planning the construction of a high school that includes a comprehensive vocational facility in a county that is served by a multi-county vocational technical facility. The struck through language requires the board to include the multi-county center director and board in planning programs to be offered at the vocational facility which complement the programs offered at the multi-county center. Prohibits the programs offered at the vocational facility from replacing the programs offered at the multi-county vocational technical center without the consent of the center board. This bill is the same as Senate Bill 651, which passed the Senate during the 2022 regular session, 30-4. I urge passage.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 30 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 146 by Senators Trump, Wolfle, Oliverio, Jeffries, Azinger, Stewart, Phillips, and Maynard, modifying regulations of peer-to-peer car sharing program.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration. Committee reference be dispensed with and the bill read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration. Committee reference to be dispensed with and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair is none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 146, modifying regulations of peer-to-peer car sharing program. First reading of the bill.
The bill would be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 different days to be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its adoption.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days be suspended and the bill be read a second and third time and be placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members President, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 146, modifying regulations of peer-to-peer car-sharing program. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed in advance to the third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 146, modifying regulations of peer-to-peer car-sharing program. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 146 does, as the short title suggests, regulates peer-to-peer car sharing programs. It does this with the enactment of a whole new article in the West Virginia Code. And the article goes in Chapter 17A. It's designated as Article 6F, and the title of the article is Peer-to-Peer Car Sharing Programs. The new article has sections in it. So let me rephrase what I'm saying. It's amending and reenacting sections in that article which already exist. Their amendments are to sections 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 13. The amendment to section 1 strikes language related to airport and airport authorities, an authority to regulate peer-to-peer car services provided to airport customers. There are amendments to section 2, which is the definition. It defines, it clarifies the definition of car sharing program agreement and makes it clear that that does not mean a master rental agreement or a rental agreement under Chapter 17A, Article 6D. The definition section also includes amendment to a definition of the term car sharing termination time. Section 3 in the bill reduces the mandatory level of required insurance from $750,000 to $300,000. So that was an issue of some discussion in the year in which the bill first passed and continued into this bill last year. I'll just mention that this bill is same as the bill we had last year, but I don't have the record on what the vote was upon its consideration in the Senate last year. More amendments to the section regarding insurance. Now that's in subsection F of section 3 of Article 6F. And the new language says insurance described in subsection E that is satisfying the insurance requirement of subsection D shall be the primary insurance during each car sharing period. So, and it says, new language, if a claim occurs during the car sharing period in another state with minimum financial responsibility limits higher than those required by 17.4D2, then the coverage maintained under subdivision E shall satisfy the minimum financial responsibility requirements of the other state. So it automatically bump up as I read that. There are amendments to section 5 of the article, and it strikes subdivision A2, which is personal injury protection coverage, PIP coverage. That was part of it. There's language in subsection K on that same page that's stricken and relating to if there a dispute arises as to whether sharing termination time is transpired. That language is stricken. So this is largely to update the peer-to-peer car sharing bill that we passed the year before that and take up a bill that we had last year that apparently passed the Senate but didn't make it to the finish line last year. Be happy to try to answer any questions about this bill. Otherwise, I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine. So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 147 by Senators Wolfle, Trump, Plymel, Azinger, Stewart, Barrett, and Phillips, creating pilot program for recovery residences in Cabell County.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 147, creating pilot program for recovery residences in Cabell County. First reading of the bill.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second and third time and be placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rules suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 147, creating pilot program for recovery residences in Cabell County. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 147, creating pilot program for recovery residences in Cabell County. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 147 is very similar to a bill that my senior senator from the 5th and I got through here and others got through here last session. At that time, it was denominated as Senate Bill 590. That passed this House, it passed the Senate unanimously, and then languished in the House of Delegates until the last few moments of the last evening. So what we have before us now, Senate Bill 147, creates a pilot program in Cabell County only to study recovery residences as they relate to landlord-tenant law, and would require certain study information concerning the operations of those facilities to be reported by the DHHR to the Legislature. The pilot program would permit a recovery residence to immediately discharge a resident for alcohol, drugs, criminal behavior, sexual misconduct, or other safety issues. But equally important, if the facility wants to discharge a resident for a reason other than those enumerated, the tenant, the person in recovery would have the right to go through an eviction process in the magistrate court. Now, the reason we have this, of course, we're not imposing on the provisions of the West Virginia Fair Housing Act. The pilot program will not impose upon the provisions of the Federal Fair Housing Act, nor the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act. But these recovery residences are popping up around the state. I know my friend from Wood County is concerned about certain exploitation of people in recovery that's occurring there. It's in Cabell, and if it's not in your county, in your district yet, it's on its way. It's on its way. So we have two different categories of folks that run recovery residences. Those that are righteous and those that are motivated for all the great reasons, and that other group that engages in human trafficking, fraud, Medicare fraud, and all kinds of other exploitive conduct for profit. So I just got a text this morning from a constituent, Jan Rader, who's a liaison to our mayor in Huntington. Some of you may remember her as one of the stars in the Emmy-nominated film Heroines. She got a text at 2:30 this morning where a woman was just basically summarily thrown out of the recovery residence for no apparent reason other than they needed the bed for somebody with a lot of money. Somebody bought her bed. Somebody's rich daddy bought her bed, and this lady's out in the middle of the night. Now, will she reoffend in recovery? Will she break into somebody's car? She'll be home. She's homeless. She's probably broke, all because of the profit motive. So, because of the federal laws and other considerations, it's like threading a needle to try to provide some protections to tenants in these recovery residences. This bill, again, with the help of my senior senator in the past, this bill creates the pilot project. That's all we could get through the House, Mr. President, was a pilot project for capital. They wouldn't go any further than that. But this will break the ice, and this will start our process in making sure that those folks that are doing the Lord's work and helping those in recovery are supported, and those other rascals are not. I urge passage. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Question is on passage bill. Further discussion. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise in support of this, in strong support of it. We had, just in Children and Families Committee this week, a discussion around human trafficking and human smuggling. And so in that committee, I described to the attorney presenting, who is also a former judge in this state, on human trafficking, how some of these peer-to-recovery residences / sober living homes operate in the state. He agreed from his experience as an attorney and judge that, yes, that is how they operate. And then when I asked, I said, is this human trafficking? And before I could get the question finished, he said, yes. We've got to get a handle on these. This is a great first step, Senator. I thank you for putting this out. I wish we would have got it across earlier, but I think that we have got to keep the pedal down on these. I urge passage.
So further discussion. Senior Senator from the 5th, followed by the Senator from Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a problem in Cabell County, and it's a grave problem. It's one that needs to be addressed. I think this bill certainly allows us, but I know this is a similar issues in Wood County and other places as I've been reading about and hearing about. When we were listening to this, and I took time about 6 months ago to sit down with Jan Rader, and we spent about 2 hours just going over the big issues. What are the issues? And this was by far the greatest issue that they have in trying to, stop this flow of people coming in and then people getting rid of them just without just the whim and fancy of the people and the landlords that own it. We do have an issue on homeless in like many other places in the state of West Virginia, but this is one that we can help prevent in this case. And I applaud the senator from Cabell in getting this up last year and then reviving it this year again.
Senator from Wood.
Mr. President, I'll be quick. I just want to thank the senator from Cabell. Folks that don't live in Cabell or Wood and a couple other counties can't imagine the flow of just basically drug addicts coming into these homes. Wood County, I know, has 25% of the beds in the state with 4 or 5% of the population, and the situations that my friend from Cabell described, are just ubiquitous, and you can imagine all the other problems that come along with it. So I thank my friend for bringing this bill. We're going to be bringing other bills that I hope the body will also consider to help fix this problem. And we got people coming in from all over the country into the state of West Virginia, and we're on our way to protecting our state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Cabell to close.
I would be remiss if I didn't thank Mr. President for putting this on the agenda and making sure that we get a quick start. I'm also going to point out to those of you that are new to the Senate, you just saw the senator from Cabell, the senior senator from Wayne, the senator from Wood, and the senator from Putnam, all on the same page, and it does show you that bipartisanship does in fact exist in the state Senate.
Eclectic. Question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senate will be at ease. Front office ready? No. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 147 be made effective from passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves it be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 31 yeas, 0 nays, 3 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those present having voted those elected, having voted in the affirmative, I declare it effective from passage. Clerk will now communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 148 by Senators Swope, Martin, Hamilton, Jeffries, Roberts, Tarr, Wolfle, Woodrum, Trump, Oliverio, Stewarts, Clements, Phillips, and Queen relating to municipalities required to be represented on county authority boards.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The senior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee references be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 148 relating to municipalities required to be represented on county authority boards. First reading of the bill.
The bill would be advanced. Senior senator from 17th.
Thank Hey, Mr. President, I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended, and that the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and be placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, or 2 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule is suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 148, relating to municipalities required to be represented on county authority boards. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 148, relating to municipalities required to be represented on county authority boards. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is identical to a bill we passed out of the Senate last year, but it failed in the House. Under current statutes, if a county wants to convene a committee such as an economic development committee, current statutes require that every municipality is entitled to a representative on the committee. As we all are aware, the population in West Virginia has been declining, and especially in southern West Virginia, many cities have declined to the point of only a few hundred people, and as a result haven't been unable to provide members for that type of a committee. And the committees are dysfunctional because they can't get a quorum. This bill simply inserts a requirement that the city must have 1,000 residents in order to qualify for a member on this type of a committee. And the hope is that that will lower the quorum requirements so that some of these kinds of committees can be functional. I suggest passage of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 149 by Senators Roberts, Trump, Phillips, Deeds, Azinger, Stewart, Clements, and Maynard, exempting certain organizations from property taxation.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, our question is consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
The senior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill the first time.
Senate Bill 149, exempting certain organizations from property taxation. First reading of the bill.
Bill would be advanced. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended. The bill be read a second, third time, and placed upon its passage.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the constitutional rule requiring bills be read on 3 different days be suspended, and the bill be read a second and third time and be placed upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
Senate Bill 149, exempting certain organizations from property taxation. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 149, exempting certain organizations from property taxation. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. The senator from Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill provides additional clarity to the current tax exemption granted religious organizations that property used exclusively for divine worship and the operation of a pre-K school, primary school, middle school, secondary school, daycare center, or church camp for children that is owned and operated by a church is exempt from property taxation. Because the bill is clarifying an existing exemption, it would have no fiscal impact. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, I need to vote. There we go. All right, if so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Good job. Excuse me. Resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 1 by Senator Tarr, Protection of Right to Bear Arms Amendment.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
Senate Joint Resolution 2 by Senator Smith, Disabled Veterans Exemption from Ad Valorem Property Taxation Amendment.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
Senate Joint Resolution 3 by Senator Weld, Constitutional Officer Term Limit Amendment.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
Senate Joint Resolution 4 by Senator Carnes, Right to Farm and Ranch Amendment.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
Senate Joint Resolution 5 by Senator Oliverio, County Boundary Review Amendment.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance. Clerk has a communication from the Judiciary.
I have a letter dated January 6th, 2023, addressed to the Honorable Craig P. Blair, Senate President, the Honorable Roger Hanshaw, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mac Warner, Secretary of State, the Honorable Lee Cassis, Senate Clerk, the Honorable Steve Harrison, Clerk of the House of Delegates. Gentlemen, pursuant to House Bill 2910 from the 2022 regular legislative session, please find enclosed an attested copy of the January 5th, 2022 administrative order regarding the recommended allocation of magistrates in West Virginia, and the report from the National Center for State Courts regarding magistrate workload in the state. Sincerely, Joseph M. Armstrong, Administrative Director.
Communication will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 15 minutes before the joint assembly. That will be at 6:45 p.m.
Are there announcements? The chair would like to announce the availability of the list of Senate Standing Committee appointments on the Chamber Automation System. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent to that the complete list of Senate Standing Committees shown on the Chamber Automation System be ordered printed in the Journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there further announcements? Senior Senator from the 17th. Senator from Mason?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Your Committee on Education will meet tomorrow morning in 451 M at 9 a.m.
Further announcements? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to alert the members. So the plan will be we come back here, we convene at 6:45. We'll go over together to the governor's State of the State address. And also at 4:30 to 5:30, I believe, over at the Cultural Center, there's going to be a dinner prior to if members want to attend.
Further announcements? Senator from Summers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet tomorrow morning in Senate Judiciary at 9 a.m.
Senator from Brooke.
President, the Republicans will be caucusing immediately following the floor session in the President's conference room. And also, tomorrow we will be taking our panoramic photo and I believe a group photo. So for some of you, that means comb your hair and come to the Capitol wearing your Sunday's best. Thank you, Mr. President.
If not, question is adoption of the motion by the senior senator from the 17th that the Senate stand in recess until 15 minutes before the joint assembly. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess.